I think it'll probably still be the T build is like the most like flexible build. Especially if the game slows down. You just lose too much sustained damage on Rupture. Yeah, you don't need to retrain. Oh, if you drop engineering and say go jewel crafting, and then I go back to engineering, yeah, I'd have to relevel every single expansion. So if you did mop back for the day and then dropped NG or whatever, and then repicked it back up, yeah, you have to relevel it. I think the T build is gonna be fine. You don't need to switch from like one expansion to another one. You could just literally filter it. I still need to do Cataclysm engineering. I still need to do... I think too, yeah. How's guide going? I'm kind of waiting on the changes again to feel out if I need to re-edit a whole section or not. Like, I don't know if the Kyrian build is going to take over or not. I've been limit testing the Kyrian build, and it's been going pretty well the last couple days, but... it's kind of clunkier still. And I lose so much rupture damage, I don't think it's worth it. Probably gonna do a few games of Rogue Druid, just because this guy's already got 2100. And I'm not on Outlaw, but... no, because it's only one blue point. It's not multiple blue points like Shadowlands. And you just send it with the Rotten to make it crit with reverb. And you just use it as like a 150 to 250k into the secret tech. Into like a Gorma. But they both crit with Rotten. Usually you just shove it in place of where a Shadow Strike is, if you play Sepsis. Preferably like with blades. Like after the first Eviscerate. You also could just use the buff on it for like extra teleports and, you know, saps without dance and stuff like that. What was the opener? It depends, you know, how much you're doing your CC and stuff like that. But usually it's like hard build kidney or like blades, cheap shot, dance, and like T and all your modifiers. Evis, sepsis, secret, recheap, evis, recheap, evis. And then without blades, there's no real rotation at all. You just try not to gap your stuns and you're just gonna do like 2 finishers instead of like 5. Cosplaying this out from Death Knight? No, I'm just, it's cozy like this to sit, man. I don't know what to tell you. With the carrying build, same thing. So Rogue doesn't have a rotation, man. It's just, that's the hardest part about the guide. Just like actually easing that concept in of just learning types of CC, like when to use it, when to duel, and then just drilling in, don't gap your stunts. We'll get someone new after one game, I think, because the MMR is just too high. You play with people if they donate? There's not really a precedent of always, no. Generally, viewer twos are free, but there are certain like comps and stuff I don't enjoy where I will let people kind of bribe me, where it's just like I don't want to play double rogue. Someone's like, "I'll make it worth," you know. I'm like, okay, and then I'll tolerate a comp I hate or something, or play more games than I normally would. It's more like how much fun I'm having. If it's like negative fun and we're like 1 in 10 and you're too heavy, I'm not gonna let it ruin the rest of the stream. If it's like you know, I'm trying really hard, it's halfway working, and you know, you just want priority for, you know, a token or something an hour, like, I'll work with some people, but majority of people I play for free. Some people I'll, like, you know, take some gold or something. I had people gift me subs and to play double rogue the other day because I was like refusing to play double rogue, but so I don't really enjoy playing double melee. I did the dragon energy bug to disappear. There's a macro for it, but it will hide your dragon energy like permanently while you fly. So, I reload UI if I'm like flying. Of course, we're in the Dino and Magnus bracket. Evasion just disarm. I'm gonna get feared on my trinket. I'm just gonna leave. Not really. I'm gonna go lower MMR. I'm sorry. My MMR is just way too high. I need to get the MMR lower. I feel like it's like 2.5 MMR. They must have just been in like a 10-minute queue. Actually, know who this is. It's MG. Okay. Good shit, thanks, man. Would have gone OP click. Just looking at my other WoW. It's NA, but I play both. I main NA though. Coming off stun DR, so we're gonna Vage. I get Fel Eruption on my Vage, but he also bashed into it, so. $1,600. This is still 2K. My previous game was literally into Magnus and Dino at like 2.5. And I just was like, nope, not playing with that MMR because they will be the only team I fight 10 games in a row, and every single game is going to be 10 minutes minimum until 60 to 80% dampening. And it's not going to be fun just chasing a bear form around the pillar for 20 minutes. I'd rather just leave. They can keep their, 505 win rate or whatever. I don't want to play the game. Nice backflip, nice. More worried about the stamina. Cloth armor isn't going to make much of a difference. You overkilled cloth by a lot. The Warlock's going to have so much HP, especially if it's with a priest. Like, imagine Rogue, Destro, or, you know... Imagine Outlaw, Demo, Holy Priest. Outlaw with bonus HP and Demo with bonus HP. Like, Outlaw's gonna have so much health. I forgot that the stamina is another buff to Outlaw. When it's broken. And Warlock. I think Warlock with Fortitude would have like 1.5 million. Your death pack would be like over 500k. Every other stun of the entire game while stunned, by the way. Blows my mind how they just let shit like that get away. Right now I'm playing on NA. I'm not really playing EU until I have like the unlimited conquest and stuff and can build an outlaw set. Like, the game is already so slow and damp. I can't believe they're like slowing it down more. People die at like cooldowns if they don't press their buttons, but like that's not the pacing of the game and how fast you need to react at all. Like, it's already such a every game is PvE mana. From how they've like handled the nerfs to CC except for Cyclone being like the only good CC in the entire game. Besides Sub-Rogue having multiple different types of DRs. Assuming people don't just break all of them. I just don't think Blizzard will ever realize that there's no amount of catering to healers that'll ever make people want to heal. They just keep thinking if they make the game even more dumbed down and more PvE that people will like heal as like an easy mode, like, you know, League of Legends support freelo. But there's like no bar of doing that that'll ever make healing fun. Unless they like make healers better at avoiding CC and make healers better at contributing to the actual win with like CC. Like, if they're not part of the game-winning setup, it's not fun. If you're not like fear warding someone's fear and fearing them back or anything like that, you know. Like, only Priest is like fading things and, you know, deathing things and like having fun. Like, they need to make a lot of cooldowns shorter duration for less effect. Like, instead of Burrow being 2 minutes for 6 seconds, it should be like 45 seconds for 3 seconds. and you can like burrow a kidney or something like that and make an outplay. I think the static totem is really good for the game. Searing Glare was fun. Maybe, you know, maybe make Searing Glare like instant cast or something. Maybe make static totem less buggy, where you don't just like vanish, run through it. So like staticking a vanish or something could be an outplay. Maybe make Ring of Peace bigger. So if it's aimed dead center, you can't like shadow step through it or something. Maybe make like Ursul's Vortex and, you know, and Bash be like 30-second CD, or like give 30-yard range clone. Like there's other ways to like make healing more fun and more interactive instead of every single game just being a mana game. Shouldn't have did that third cheap shot. But if they did quality of life things like that and let people outplay rogues more, they would need to like give us the same level of damage as other classes. And I don't mean like in a 1 minute game where you got your full burst off and they didn't press any buttons. Especially if they like helped take out some of the cheesiness, like removing duel or something. But like doubled my sustained damage. I want to be able to outdamage a Death Knight. In a game where everyone can outplay my CC way more often and I can land my CC way more often. You can get rid of triple DR CC and make it only 2 DRs. You can give cheap shot charges. You can make DRs take 20 to 24 seconds to reset instead of, not RNG, but like pick a number. Instead of, you know, 18. I'd also want just more flashy rewards, as in like, you know, a melee precog maybe. Like I get a precog for landing a kick. You can even let casters pick what type of precog they want. Like make it a, you know. Do you want a precog for landing a kick or for faking a kick? And then you can have a different playstyle of caster where it's like, okay, I'm gonna pop combust because I landed a kick here. Or, oh, you know, landed kick, shoving some chaos bolts. I just want things to be more interactive and like more, you know, rewarding when you do things, and not just run around micro CC with your on cooldown with like a chicken with your head cut off. And less games to just be decided by mana and just be decided by doing your rotation well, doing your CC well, doing pre and cross, not getting faked on your kicks. Hope we don't play attack. Nice call. I was gonna bomb that global too. Feels bad. It's a good fair. Nice clone though. Sucks that was like my entire blades. To be like Wrath? Nothing like Wrath. Wrath is all PvE gear. It has resists. Your DRs are RNG. Cheap and Kidney don't DR. If Cheap Shot didn't generate comp points, yeah, Blades would be meaningless. And your damage would get more than cut in half. Because you'd have to press a 20 to 60k damage Shadow Strike every other global. When every other class hits for hundreds of Ks with their builders. Not even. We don't have a, 200k AoE blackout kick or something between our Rising Sun kicks. Backstab hits for like 20k. Wanting the game to ever be like an old expansion will never happen. They always want to be doing something new, so you have to kind of have a, different flavor variation of, what hasn't been done. It just sucks when they have that mindset of, no, we will never retake a good idea from something else, but then retake bad ideas and are completely okay with that. Like keeping Covenant abilities in the game. There's not a single Covenant ability that's good for the game at all. Except for maybe Mind Games, not even. Like, Curion's bad for the game, Flag's bad for the game. I guess Warrior Spear is kind of interesting, too. Just like Mind Games and Warrior Spear. Every other Covenant ability is just some random PvE pad or Swifty one-shot. I think CDR in most cases is pretty toxic. Even though I think it's fun that it breaks the script of the game because it makes add-ons not, as robotic. I think the more problem is just, if you use something on bomb, you get dueled. And I think it's just duel is impossible to balance and they need to print duel. What's up, Chansey? I don't think it's a CDR bomb problem. Because bomb is pretty terrible, actually. Because it's on global. And it's laggy for like an entire global. It's if you don't like bop it or iron bark it or overgrowth it or grip it or, it's so easy to just react to it. You don't even have to, like the only time you ever bomb someone with no trinket and they don't just counter it is if you pre-bomb because they're already in a CC like Gouge or Poly or something. Or like you kick a Warlock so they can't port and then you bomb. I'm not even gonna sap because he's gonna Blade Storm. Second Blade Storm is my disarm. Trinket parry and trinket from the Shaman. Finality Rupture up. No, why did we clone that, man? was on my kidney. Pick that. Battle networking? I think so. Yeah, I don't know how they're just so brain dead about just nerfing secret tech. They keep like nerfing sustained damage, which isn't the problem. Every other class in the game already doubled your sustain. Like if the problem is the frequency of Abyss, then you target Shadow Blades. If the problem is what the Abysses are doing to someone in Duel, then you target Duel. If the problem is how it cooldown trades with things, probably touch Bargain more, just flat out delete Bargain. If you know, having like a 1 minute Blades is kind of, you know, an Incarn level threat. It's just too available. But like just nerfing Abyss nerfs all builds, whether it's a cheese build or a normal build or a CC build. And it just affects the sustained damage, and it doesn't even fix the one-shots. Because you still just get one shot to secret tech. It's just such bad changes. Double dagger is more energy regen and more combo points. It's just sad because Outlaw already kind of outclasses sub in like tournament play and stuff for most comps. I'm not gonna sap because I'd rather he just Blade Storm air. Second Blade Storm. I can actually die here randomly. The gouge the guy's trinket, but he has adaptive swarm. Get this first blade storm of something. Finish the storm bolt. The stamina is a bigger problem than the, it's gonna make Outlaw even better than Sub than it already was if the game gets any slower. Crafted Mastery Dagger? It could be good, yeah. Especially, if you're gonna go crazy versus Mastery and ditch the 4-set bonus. But I don't mind having some crit. But I'm gonna try dropping the 4-piece when there's Infinite Conquest tomorrow, and the boxes and all that. So I'll drop the chest and the legs. But I just don't want to do Mythic Plus. We have 1,000 bits from Rantham. Thank you so much, man. That's what I'm here for, man. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, man. Stamina is a big deal, because every class has percentage-based heals. It just buffs everyone's self-healing and cooldowns. Especially Warlock and Outlaw. The stamina change is 10 times more toxic than the armor change. It just adds to even more God Mode Dark Pact. He's out of combat, but he just gets combat back now. What's that? I shouldn't have bombed that, but... Don't know about that roar. Another Bob because we didn't get the recon. Kicked on the clone. Tried to get a sap as he ran in the bomb, but I was on global. I didn't think you'd cross the map that fast. Please get me, second kidney. I think we died to this strang. Could have blinded DK maybe to save him, but fuck that. I'm going for the kill. No step to kick that. Can't tap that because he went and consecrate. Refreshed his combat. Sucks I have age there. Poison's end in 2 minutes. Who needs it though? Anyone push rating on DK? DK is actually one of the most meta classes right now. They have like 20 different S tier comps. That's an exaggeration. They have like 5. No other class besides Rogue has like more than 2 or 3. Like DH DK, DK Dragon, Demo DK, Windwalker DK. They just do some of the best damage and they're immortal. And they accidentally execute people from 40% every other game. What's festering? Try to sap that, couldn't. Look at those 28k Shadow Strike crits. Big damn. 8k backstab? Oh, 7k backstab? That's the full sustained damage build. I recrafted all my gear to crit for my Outlaw Rogue. Feels a lot better than the Mastery gear. At least with Infinite Conquest, it'll be easier to buy 2 sets of gear. I still see some Frost DK Devoker comps, yeah. Flip still viable? The patch is tomorrow, man. Meta predictions? Demo lock meta. Outlaw Demo, LSD with Demo, and some Demo DK. So some Demo Shadow play. Nothing without sap. Wasteblade Storm, nice. Drink it already. Guy tries to Tremor a Cyclone. Grab the healer's trinket. Somehow I doubled a warrior. I've never had that happen before. Might have just been that he was in D-stance the whole game, running for his life because the shaman kept just dropping Tremor totems and shit. Seedu's always been a massive rogue hitter, whether he plays with Trill or not. They want Trill in any other class. Because they know if Trill loses his rogue, it doesn't matter. Because they have like one of the only devastation evokers. Also, rogues being good is a skill game that they could potentially lose. Like, they'd rather play any other meta than have Trill on a rogue. Like, Sam I Am is their entire team. If they lost Sam I Am, it wouldn't matter how good rogue is. Like, Boomy-wise. Like, Boomy has just, like, ruled the game for, like, this entire expansion. And they don't get complained about at all. I mean, Cyclone is like the only good CC in the game that doesn't get broken by every single tab dot PvE. Not only is it permanent bloodlust speed the entire game and easy to get precog with, and it doesn't matter if you get kicked, It doesn't break. It has way more duration than Diamond Ice. Doesn't have a cooldown. Prevents healing and cooldowns. No punishment for fucking it up. Outside of, like, saving someone's life, I guess. If it's, like, really, really bad clone, but... like the only CC in the game that people actually play around, I should say. Like the entire matchup is whether everyone's just chain cloned. Even without high winds, like it's just so much value. I blades this next go, as long as we don't die here. Not gonna pop T or on use or anything for this guy. I'm saving it for next guy with blades. Problem is just I have to farm a dance charge for a while. I'm not gonna rupture the DK because I need to gouge him. I don't know if we needed a YOLO clone because I just didn't have stuns. Free AMSs now. Hard for him to know if I didn't have dance charges or not though. I can't front him on that one. And then I try to force the go. And I just get micro CC'd 10 times. I think I might still kill here though. Okay. Evasion in 1. Getting hexed out of this, can't stop it. Hopefully it breaks to AoE. It's not breaking. IBF aggro. I'm just dying there. That sucks. I needed to stall a little longer, and then I had blades everything really soon. I was playing the Gorma build most of this week, but I'm back to playing T. I feel like I lost too much rupture damage. If the game's gonna get slower, it's not better for the Kyrian. Because bursting for like 50k to 100k more overall in a really front-loaded window isn't really gonna kill a 1.5 million HP Warlock. That's not even gonna break Dark Pact with your Kyrian into Secret, so... The T build is just gonna let you have better CC and be less dance charge starved and, you know, get better duels and try to make it work another way. But I think it'll just be an outlaw meta even more than it already is. Replicating is okay for shuffle sometimes, yeah, you can drop like pre-med for it. Farm dance charges, and there's a lot of things you can do with just setting up the next guy. Getting up Finality Rupture, building kidneys, stuff like that. Got both trinkets. FK a bit. I just blind DH. Safer, I guess. Just getting ran at by Fist Reaver. Another walk, I guess. A QWE and mouse. Nah, DKs aren't nerfed tomorrow. Most DKs have said it's like not actually that bad for them. With how some other things scale. DK is still gonna be really, really good. It's just demo that gets even more god mode than it already is. Same with Outlaw. I want to try demo Outlaw really bad, and I also want to try Outlaw Rogue Shadow Priest H-Pal randomly. That one's a Hail Mary. I don't think it would be much better. It's just if I can kill the plate that usually counter Shadow Priest, like if they get ran at by warriors and stuff, like if I can kill with plate nerfs more maybe, and if SP's a little tankier at being trained, it could be fun. Hate that. I was gonna gouge for clone there, and then they ended up like micro CCing me and not being able to get to go. So he tried to do the go on his own. Sucks I danced here, but that one walled there, but I don't think I could kill him either way though. Doesn't work. At least the Deathknight's a human, so. With no trinket and no IBF. Oh, he has trinket back. He has 90-second trinket when he's playing human like this. Trying to farm the dance charge while killing the static and the counter strike. Waiting out all these defensives. Didn't have unused trinket for this, kind of sucks, but it was defensive. Problem's gonna be mana soon. Get kited forever on this dance. This guy's a range class. Letting him cap me. I vanished it. Guess we're both just dead. Not gonna pop on use or anything because I want to save it for the blades go. The IBF's aggro, but I don't think we live here. If by some miracle we live here with no mana and 60% dampening, I might be able to kill. Looking one, but it doesn't really do anything. I cheat death. Just the lasso for the kill. I just die here to air. I wish my like stars aligned pre-nerf eviscerate hit that class for more than 130. If that was a rogue, I would literally get like a 250k eviscerate, but I max out at 130 on him. Even with finality and dark brew, and T, and procs. Plate is actually such a big deal. How can I enable my debuffs? I've had a couple people talk to me about that. Supposedly you just go into nameplate aura and you just check show all debuffs, but some people don't even get any of these settings. I don't know what causes the bug. I know Bodhi was working with someone on my Discord about it, why they don't have settings. I thought maybe they were just getting it from my add-ons folder and it was like an outdated version of it and you just need to download the new one from CurseForge, but it might just be conflicting with another add-on or something too, I don't know. But there should be settings here. Yeah, Warlock's an outlaw. We're gonna have a great time. Stamina change is gonna be so bullshit for outlaw. Raising stamina is just so bad for the game. Give them the opener since double DPS. Hopefully he gets combat with me. Disarms me from stealth. Really? I can't kill him. It's so annoying. I refuse to trinket even though I'm gonna die. Kind of bad them not pushing in. If he's gonna get a re. So we got a Moonfire on him. That works too. Pre-stuns first. That's kind of bad for me. I'm gonna get re-stunned off this. Try to cloak it, but Sepsis gives me a re-cheap shot without my dance yet. Good data dots. I almost died for greeting my trinket in the opener, but that wasn't peekaboo. That's jelly beans on road. I should have died for being greedy, but like, I was super greedy there. It wasn't respectful of me at all to sit that. I was just like, I refuse. I would rather die here than trinket. So I like broke the go. I mean, I don't always farm them. It's just double DPS is terrible. Healer DPS should win that 99 out of 100 times, even if they play perfect. Like, I have to try to lose, and it was actually only close because I just refused to trinket and I tanked all of their CDs, even though they're double DPS. Gonna receive any buffs tomorrow? Yup. They buff cloth armor by a couple %, and then they buff everyone's stamina. So their dark pact is gonna be even more big because they get extra stamina for no reason. So they get way more stamina than other people get. Like if you increase everyone in the game's stamina by like 10-20%, then warlocks get exponentially more out of it than other classes. Same with outlaw, because they just have higher HP for no reason. So it's a higher number to increase by 10% or whatever. Warlock with Fortitude might be up to like 1.5 million, and I'm gonna be eviscerating them for like 150k. You know, like it's just terrible. They're really bad for the game. Like, the game is already really slow-paced and dampening. Like, you can't make it slower than it already is. It's just bad. Without, like, at least buffing CC or something, or just doing anything to make the game more fun. Like, CC is already so weak, outside of just random solo shuffle micro CCs occasionally adding up. Like, you don't play around a CC chain to win, even as RMP. You play like around a cross CC, like 6-second window of trying to kill someone in one stun. Like CC chains are extinct. Every game is just some tab PvE mana game. And the last like 3 or 4 patches have been them doing more and more of that. At first it was the 90-second medallion, or no, first it was stamina. Then it was 90-second medallion. Then it was the nerf primary stats on all the trinkets. And now it's another wave of stamina. And it's just, no matter how much you slow it down, healing is never going to be fun until you rework every single healer to be like part of the kill. And I don't mean that in terms of their damage. I mean that in terms of like the CC and the setup and all that. Like every healer needs to feel like priest fading and deathing things. And tools like static totem and searing glare and stuff like that need to be a part of like why you won the game. And burrow and like Bash and Ursul's Vortex being shorter CD and shit like that. You're completely wrong, Haven. Like, yeah, as a shaman, you have to free cast heals and you can't really go for cool hexes and stuff. But if you slow the damage down, it doesn't really matter because CC still isn't why you kill. When the game is slower, everyone greeds, and then the CC gets even less value. And the kind of graph of like the needle in a haystack that is a win condition gets even smaller. Like, CC just gets less and less value the slower the game is. And every game just becomes a mana game. More PvE. We're just gonna ban you, Haven, if you don't. You've been trolling for too long, man. You're on thin ice. I'm not talking about Pika at all, literally. I don't know what delusions are on. I even said those jelly beans on Rogue, not even Pika. Okay, I thought you were just drama baiting. I didn't see core. I was like, bro, you're just like being contrarian to everything I said. It's getting kind of old. Sucks that I've fought this team like 3 times in a row, and he doubles my damage and we lose every time. At like 60% dampening. Maybe I just go Shaman more. I don't know. Playing normal and landing every single CC doesn't seem like it does anything. Okay, that felt way better, yeah. Actually gonna eviscerate that guy for 170 instead of 130. That's the full eviscerate build. I didn't realize we're in full greens at like 2-4. Anyway, you can get it. Thanks for the 100 bits. Yeah, there's a way. You go into the add-on and you click this button that says Nahj profile. Boom. Rip Rexmar? I don't know until I play it, but it seems pretty down bad, yeah. I don't like doomsaying before it comes out. Or just being positive vibes humble and saying it's not gonna matter. We have the best CC and it doesn't, if we don't do any damage, the good rogues will still win without doing any damage. Even if everyone did 5 times our damage, you know, doing some like good stuns and duels and stuff like that will still let a warlock or a boomy or a mage win the game for you. But it's already like not gonna be fun just being a CC bitch and like playing really, really long dampening games. Our gear at 2-3 on Mars is a little rough. Probably mix it up soon. EU more competitive in the past, yeah. Right now, EU is really dead though. I think there's so much like xenophobia and toxic interactions between Russians and everyone else, kind of just having a war with each other. In terms of just not getting along or wanting to play well or language barriers or, you know, a bunch of things. Like, match quality is very low. At a higher rate than Australians coming in and ruining NA games with, you know, 200, 300 ping. I think in general, Classic hit EU harder than it hit NA too. So most of the EU people just come to NA to play nowadays. When I play on EU, the match quality is so much lower than it used to be. When was the last time I played EU? Like 2 or 3 weeks ago. We were like number 2 in Shuffle on Rogue. I just haven't felt like lagging. I think it'll mess up my muscle memory. I'm waiting on Infinite Conquest so I can get an Outlaw set over there. Triple DR Lasso for no reason. Spam a cloak there, but his fixate goes through cloak anyway. How long till Infinite Conquest? Tomorrow. Same with boxes and all that. Not even killing the Counter-Strike totem, I just clicked it. I gotta kill like the next couple globals or we lose on mana. I'm just dead. I had Crimson Vial in 1, and then a Vanish in like 2. I mean, at least when I train the Shaman, he's only 10 million damage ahead instead of doubling my damage, but... I mean, that's still basically doubling my damage, never mind. It's only 4 million damage off of it. I just know when I'm hitting the guy. I asked if that game was only 160, down bad. Even with T. The changes are terrible for the game. Like, they can nerf burst by like nerfing secret tech or anything like that. What's the win condition? Pray that they're awful. Make it to like 80% dampening by not having a druid in full greens. I played that about as well as I could. We got CC every single DR. They never faked a single kick. I killed every single important totem. I didn't really send offensives poorly into like defensives that were already used. I baited them to like use some other defensives aggro. Couldn't really do anything different that game. And it's just we got out PV'd because the guy does double my damage. And they have perma shield wall the entire game. I don't think anyone will be dying to one-shots next patch. Because the stamina. A walk with fortitude is going to have like 1.5 million health next patch. I might even start gemming stamina, to be honest. It might be an outlaw gem stamina Nesper angle. If you want to be like the peak degenerate. Like the stamina gems were actually so OP on outlaw previously. Like, the game is going to be so ridiculously slow. Yeah, it's because it scales with the talent that buffs your health. Like, really hard. Same with Warlock. Tried to cloak this time, but it didn't go off. Swap. Somehow that didn't step kick. Lost NDR in 7. As soon as they stun my healer, I'll vanish. They blind my healer, so I vanish. Queen Ree. Wait, sap priest and then grab the eye. Yeah, just me, that was a good gouge. I get feared off this for setup. Yeah, he's decent. He's actually a friend. But it's like a druid alt, and he's in full greens. Double DPS is just dog shit, sadly. Like healer DPS just wins by default, as long as you press half of your buttons. If you don't like critically int. We'll do some Rogue Mage 2s with Calvish after this game. gonna go full PV this game. Actually up on damage maybe this time instead of being doubled. So I'm playing a lot more around just rupturing both. I'm not trying to do gouge clones anymore. I'm just going both of them more, seeing if I can bait stuff. On full shuffle approach this game. No IBF, no trinket. I can maybe kill the DK in duel here. Didn't have duel though. I didn't want to wait 20. Try to gouge into a kidney, but IBF and Link. It's crazy he greeted that for like 30 seconds at 10% if they know they're both tanks. Just can't kill the static. Just some rogue mage 2s. At least we're not getting doubled in dam if I play that way, but our CC is so much worse that way. That's just that my druid is in full green, so they out PV. Do you prefer Shadowcraft or Dark Brew for last talent with T-Build? I think Dark Brew is too important for your rupture damage. If you're gonna go Shadowcraft, you drop 1 point of CDR. That's how Troll does it. Chia GCD is not working? Weird. Did you try to edit it at all? Maybe just reinstall it. Gonna keep my other rogue. Nah, you guys counter double DPS. Especially because he's Frost. You got it. Just press any of your buttons. If you live longer than a minute, you win by default. Raven is the Cataclysm engineering trainer. I didn't see it, Paradise, my bad. I do like that there's like the little snowflakes on the gun, kinda, that go with the shoulders. I think the helmet is a fail, though. You need to have some hair that's either blue or white hair, and some like non-full helmet. The helmet's just not the right shade of blue. The pants do match the gloves and the boots. I think that's just because it's a full set, right? Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, just change the helmet, really. The gun's cool. Sucks that you can't mod guns and bows. Got IBF in the oak. Thank God this guy's not an orc. Have blades for the next go. Apparently the Orgrimmar one is the Cataclysm trainer. I thought this was like the vanilla changer, but... Okay, cool. Good to know. So I should do a handful of obsidian bolts. Long name? Let me go back for you. It's Machine Head. With the, is there anybody out there? Not bad. Supposed to make to level 45. Oh, there's something else I make. Okay, fine. Right now, we're just doing a mix. This is not my normal playlists. Like with Spotify, you can do like daily mixes. But this is kind of the playlist that it's giving me the mixes from. I have multiple playlists. You doing this for Transmog? Thank you, Ordinary. I hope you've been doing good too. We're trying to make all of the goggles, so we can get all the transmogs. Because it lets you transmog even the ones that are cloth or plate. If you do this. I haven't heard this song in so long. On different pages there. Didn't know he wanted to swap. The guy already pre-blurred, so I thought I would keep going and duel him low and get another walk, but... Sucks. Seems actually playing decent. Shouldn't send that go without pre though. Just the druid's like sitting in stealth. Haven't done enough damage to make him come out. There's a second block. Sucks that when you just do one bad go, you're on the back foot the entire game. There's no backflip for a while though, so I can just do a sloppy go. Even if he just pre-blurs it. Make another walk. Almost stunned his trinket, but he literally macroed them together. Tried to duel to save him, but we blocked him. I didn't even realize he was gonna second block. Nice, Calvish finally went block heal. I'm still just dead though. I was literally blinding the DH for pre, because I knew he had to switch the poly and I wasn't going to make it back in time. So hard to get caught back up though, when the druid just gets to sit in stealth half the game. Just need a PvE damage to get the druid to come out and not get multi-stunned or AoE'd down. Can't try to play the game. I mean, if I saved smoke bomb, I maybe could have bombed there, but... Season 4, no one knows, man. Season 4, I just answered that 10 seconds ago. No one knows. There's no release date. Could be a month, could be 3 months. You know, all we know is War Within is in the summer. You think about the rogue nerf? I think the changes are really bad for the game. You could nerf rogue in other ways, like deleting duel or deleting bargain or nerfing blades or nerfing secret tech. Like nerfing sustained damage is really stupid. It already didn't have that much. And the stamina changes already are a massive nerf to rogue. Outside to sub rogue at least. The stamina changes is a massive buff to outlaw. Because like warlock, outlaw gains even more HP for no reason. I might jump stamina on outlaw and be the biggest degenerate and just have millions of health, you know? Play the Holy Priest, have some Fortitude, have some Stamina Gems. Play Rogue Lock Holy Priest with Stamina Gem Outlaw and Teemo. Both have like 1.4 million health. Disgusting. Here, another walk. Nah, casters is only really gaining like 3% armor, 6 for warlock. 30% of a small number is still a small number. The armor change doesn't really matter. It's just the stamina that's like super dog shit. Put the Druid's Trinket there. Tries to pre-trank my kidney. He has DB, I'm waiting for it. Apparently I can't resap, because the Trents gave him back combat late. Probably your first block. I guess he's not going to. Nice blocks. I'm not even that skinny anymore, man. I gained like 20-30 pounds. You can buy Chaos Orbs. Hopefully you can. Nice. That's what I'm playing with each mage spec from. I mean, Frost griefs me the most at like low rating if I'm doing viewer twos. But good people make Frost work still. Just in terms of having 2 blocks to heal with. I think Fire is my favorite for like Rogue Mage 2s. 3 is obviously Arcane is best. It's not close. But for 2s, Fire, the damage profile makes the most sense. It's the most instant cast. I don't know till I play it tomorrow, man. I'm kind of worried though. I think it's going to be pretty boring and dampening. 'Cause the game is already slow and they're making it even slower. I think it's going to just be a play outlaw most of the time angle. Almost all goggles on my favorites. It's too many. We could maybe find something out for like gold or something. If it's like on stream and it's like not actual like RMT kind of thing. Like, I'm not trying to get in trouble with Blizzard, you know, I got tournaments and stuff. But we could work out something for like gold or subs or something just to like prio queue viewer twos or something instead of me just playing for free with people, but I even bother favoriting items. It's not everything on favorite. It's just I have so many things. So here's where favorite ends, right? So now I got a lot of things that aren't favorited. Stuff I'll just never use. Looks like I got Earth grabbed in combat there. Gets to AMS that now too. Alright, go next. Kill the static. Kill this. Okay. Save every CD, I guess. The game was so over off that opener. Favorite weapon's probably the challenge mode ones, yeah. Have I done Outland Dragon Riding? I have not. I don't really like the sets, so I haven't bothered with it. I did the last Dragon Riding set. But they all look the same. So I think like the new Dragon Riding set doesn't really matter to me. Like if I do the Outland Cup, I mean it's just a darker tint of it, I guess. I don't know, maybe it's worth doing it. This is the new one. At least for like the chest piece. And like maybe the boots. And maybe the gloves, but I don't think the rest of it's like usable at all. Druid is just never out of form. Flex, we don't have a Ring of Frost for every single go. The guy just never leaves form. Didn't have blind for a trinket. We can win next go though with duel. A little defensively actually, just appeal. It just tab kills me. I have to just go Druid that goes where he doesn't have Ring of Frost, I guess. Druid's just immune to CC the entire game. And Gouge isn't enough. I'm just not doing any damage, but I'm like stunning DH, re-stunning DH into gouging Druid also. Also, he's not doing damage if I gouge because it's gonna AoE's gonna break CC. They're just stacked all game in bear. Set as current? What do you mean? Oh, you mean for dragon riding? Never mind. I got what you're saying. Gotta, you know, use your trinkets or link this game, you know, and then you get your free dub. Why is he not link? I don't know, man. Why do you do double my damage when I try to play sub healer? The ice wall was so good and it didn't even end the game. It's so sad. Maybe it's blocked. I had Vanish back in one. Actually, I just off CD it. I should have just pressed it. I thought I could live like one more global. I'm just greedy. Yeah, that guy could just hold his trinket next patch. The wall was perfect. He timed it like instantaneous on the guy's trinket. It was a massive outplay, but it doesn't matter because the guy had hots, so he's just immortal. Because our druids are broken. You could cut our druid healing in half, and make it impossible for them to drink, and it would probably still be the best healer. Maybe not half, but 20%. It's just so insane how broken our druid is. Like Cyclone is like the only functioning CC in the game. It doesn't just get tab mythic plus broken every global. Yeah, Outlaw definitely is already better. It's definitely going to be a demo lock meta, and Outlaw will be really, really good too. Like Outlaw was already better than Sub. It's just Sub was for like shuffle and like double DPS 2s. And like niche matchups where you're fighting classes that actually can take damage. But most comps, like Outlaw Ellie and RMD and Warlock and all that, everything mostly was better with Outlaw. You could argue Sub Boomy probably might be better than Outlaw Boomy, I'm not sure. But it's one of the few. Holy Priest might be really good tomorrow, though. I'm excited for that. I mean, Rogue's been really, really strong this whole last season and a half. Just like the beginning of the expansion when everyone had to play Asa, that it was like super down bad. Didn't really give it the ass. I was just limit testing it for a few days. The conclusion I came to is having an extra like 100k more front-loaded burst, even with the nerfs and, you know, trying to go around Eviscerate being nerfed, doesn't seem like it's going to be worth losing the rupture damage if every game gets way longer. But then if you want really to PvE like you are with the normal T build, Outlaw is just better at that anyway. So I think the angle is just going to be play more Outlaw. Especially when Outlaw's going to have even more stamina. Like, the stamina change is really, really bad. Like, Outlaw was already better than Sub. It's kind of weird. Resonator would fix the game? No, Resonator was terrible. Happy that shit's gone. You're just not trading CDs on the duel then. Or playing a class that, you know, can just press defenses while stunned. Or just not playing Orc, or you're trinketing aggro. They're just blades dueling you to get your trinket to try to double vanish CDR duel you a minute 30 later. That's on your healer just not having any AoE buttons that just counter the duel anyway. Usually it's just dueling as like an execute because it's off global. Because your teammates still help you for an entire global of duel. So they 30-0 with you, even if you don't have that much damage. Wait for a DB or something, I don't want him to Blade Storm. Probably shouldn't have Blades this. Blade Storm there, he blinks into me so I step him nowhere. Flip the Dragon Stun, I guess. Wishing I had Disarm right now. I don't really do voice chat for viewer 2s now. But right now I'm playing with non-viewers, yeah. Playing with Calvish. But now 2s is not really a bracket for voice comps. I don't think it'll be the Kyrian build with the changes, honestly. It'll still be the T build, just because you have smoother dance charges, smoother duel, more rupture damage. People are going to survive the burst of the Kyrian build the same way they'll survive the burst of the T build. Neither of them are going to like be scary, so might as well just have smoother gameplay. Feeling good, Danger. How you doing, man? Strange to play a weaker out. Well, I mean, that's just if you like playing sub, right? Just if you want to have duel and less RNG. Like, the problem with Outlaw is just, do you get a billion between the eyes procs or do you not? Theory on why people hate rogues. People don't like being stunned. Also, it's kind of like a reminder of their mortality that someone's better than them. So it's just all rogues are, you know, Calvish or Peekaboo or Waz or, you know. In reality, it's like only a couple people that can make the class work most times. And 99% of rogues just flop around doing nothing. Also, rogues just disproportionately smurf at lower ratings more often. Because it's a popular streamer class. And people don't like admitting that someone's better than them, even if it's like a tournament player versus a zero-time rank one. It just hurts their ego to lose. Will there be a meta shift? I think you'll see a lot more demo locks, yeah. A lot more demo LSD, maybe some demo shadow play. Maybe some demo RLD, or demo RL Holy Priest, maybe. Sorry, Zap. Yeah, you could just Discord me if you want to like figure out some VOD review or something. IBF first globe. Grounding for him. Got trinket, AMS. Trying to duel defensively here. That ice wall though. He links through the ice wall. Oh, that was actually smart. Just die. I had cloak in 1 second when I died. That sucks. That ice wall should have been lethal, but they're just immortal. Last game of Rogue Mage choose though. Man, that was Calvish's wall, not mine, but yeah, it was good. No, it was a defensive Spirit Link. Not race. Nice. I beat the race and took the Q still with like half a second left. Whew. That's some crazy timing. Right now it's auto playing. It's not my normal playlist. Free life, Cocoon. Not even gonna T or anything with it. Look out of this, should be okay. Get revival. I think he was gonna CS Cyclone. Enough to kick. Oh. this wall. Nice that monk. Hopefully he stops this clone. It's my whole dance. I'm just gonna get kited because instant cast roots. At least sepsis gives me a re-cheap shot. The gap and he gets life cocoon off anyway though. Probably gonna be second block soon. Hold on. Have blades for the next go at least. Break that with throw. I mean, he was gonna break to rupture anyway, I guess. He alters all this. He goes back to full. Might sap monk out of nothing because he's just running around. Trinket from this guy and revival. Double trinket, revival, and skin. They're choking. Find this clone, I guess. Might sap feral and then switch the sap to healer. Always anyway. Might sap healer. Just cheap shot, I guess. I get incapped, he DBs, nice. I'm gonna get stunned by the feral though. He doesn't stun me. The Cyclone is so broken, I don't know how they haven't like gutted it. I mean, for a feral it's not as broken, just because it's not perma bloodlust speed the whole game for them, but and they actually have to lose something to cast it. But it's so broken on Resto. And on Boomy. I don't think Feral needs it as it is. I think it still needs a nerf no matter what. It shouldn't be the same duration as Poly and stuff. You can just give Feral some other type of CC as well. Like, Feral's only problem is, like, that it can die. Like, you can do some 300k ferocious bites. It just doesn't have impressive damage outside of random one-shots. And it can die. Try to kill Misty reverse that? I mean, if they throw really hard, maybe, but it's not good. Like, Feral's one of the squishiest classes right now. Yeah, but that's how Blizzard fixes anything. They're never gonna like make the game more fun and like design a whole new CC for Feral to have more CC. Like, or it's gonna lazily, you know, make it immortal like every other spec. When they ever do fix it, like 10 months from now. I don't think the extra frenzied regen is gonna do anything. Do some twos? Maybe. I was hoping I have like some YOLO 3s soon, but... Doing viewer games? I started out most of the stream doing viewer games. I just did some with Calvish, but... The Rogue Mage 2's games with Calvish were kind of an exception. Every other game before that has been viewer games today. Looks like the only real games today so far. But I might go back to viewer games after this race. Just farming Transmog as usual. Good luck on my other rogue. Probably no double DPS on this character because I'm going to play Outlaw. I don't have sub-rogue gear, so. See. Guess we can do this. Problem is we might just be in the Dino Magnus bracket. If we get them, I'm just going to leave, but Omar might be too high. Nahj doing keys, nice. I was basically playing the T build, but I like went Dagger in the Dark on our talent, and I dropped the CDR for something. I think I could have maybe gone Gormaw instead of the Global Eye Stunned, or the Global Eye Shadow Strike. It was also right before the Kyrian build came out. I think it would have been faster with that. Because, you know, even though I guess Sepsis doesn't really weigh against me, because I'm doing Sepsis to the side. Like, if you're doing Sepsis and Rupture both while they're, like, gouged or sapped, the timer hasn't started yet, so Sepsis actually isn't that bad. So Calvish was like the only non-viewer I did today. Smoochie. Disarmed into that, feels bad. I think we're just dead here to air. We're doing good on mana too. That sucks. pretty much just always play the T build with Sepsis. It's just gonna be the most smooth, like, default. The Kyrian build are just gonna be way clunkier, and playing around Perforated is just technical and annoying. And you're just gonna be energy starved, and nothing's gonna feel smooth, and you're never gonna have like a clean window to press duel. Like dropping Finality for Gorma will kinda let you feel less energy starved to get duel off, but it's not worth it. Yeah, they're slowing the game down a lot more tomorrow, though, with the stamina changes and the armor changes and the Abyss nerf and all that. How's the game being slowed down? They're giving everyone more stamina for no reason. They're giving Clothies more armor, and they're nerfing Abyss. They're buffing some classes defensively. It's a gigantic upgrade for Warlock and for Outlaw. And especially Demo. We're going to see a lot of like Demo Shadowplay, Demo LSD. The Demo Dam get buffed? No, they're just going to be even more immortal than they already are. The PvP's in a good place right now? I mean, the game is already too slow. And they needed to, like, address the disparity between Ardred and the other healers. And Cyclone and the other CCs. I think slowing the game down was a good change at all. So, to me it is for no reason. I usually go lock. All three of them are immortal though. Taking the druid stun. Gouch doesn't decurse that. Most games are just decided by mana nowadays, and it's going to be even more that the case. And healer DPS was already 500 times better than double DPS in 2s, and that gap gets even wider now also. Heal. Push that heal. I think he's late for the fear. He's gonna half sap there, but ooh, he spent his trinket. He just bashed into my evasion. It's just because 2s has way higher dampening. His healing was already reduced in, like, by a lot at that point, and I had good RNG, so I got to spam between the eyes a lot. Outlaw's completely just an RNG slot machine of just how many times you can just proc in a row. Yeah, Outlaw's gonna be extra insane tomorrow because this goes to 15% in PvP already, and getting extra stamina gives this more value. I might even just gem stamina to be a maximum degenerate. I'll just have like 1.3 million health instead of like 900k for no reason. Play with a warlock that also has like 1.4 million health, especially with fortitude. Kind of insane. Like Cataclassic, probably, but I mean it's pretty far away. I think it's still stay T. There's not going to be a rogue build that's like bursty. How much health is going up? And damage isn't scaling with it. So you might as well just have smooth duels. Dude, this race is so annoying. Rogue healer is infinitely easier than double DPS. You're doing something really wrong if you're losing his healer DPS. Unless you're losing to another healer DPS. That's why you almost never queue into double DPS. It's very rare. You're just gonna be hundreds of rating lower if you're actually like trying to play the game. Versus just win the mana game. I hate this race. I kept clipping into all the invisible walls. You think Rat will be up here at the bus? Maybe. Well, no when I actually play it. There's a massive percent to get buffed by though. And their weakness was just they weren't doing damage, and that kind of fixes that weakness. Well, 10% of this really changed something. It'll change a lot, man. 10%'s huge for this. And the stamina change is also really, really bad. Because that buffs almost every class's defensives. Because almost everything is percent based nowadays. So I'd be competitive? I don't know. That's a strong word. It'll always be viable to rank 1, even if I didn't have any damaging abilities. Just doing like good stuns and stuff and setting up, you know. Cancel my Blade Flurry. No procs, feels bad. That aura heal. Not getting any procs when it matters most. Finally getting some procs. You're completely because the blue bar is the only bar in this game that matters. Could've just Blade Flurried and gone Shaman more, I think. Yeah, it's just playing a lot and getting the reps in. Just treating it like it's a different class. Sub is the best rogue spec for shuffle. Outlaw and Asa are very miserable in it. Asa has a hard time doing enough CC. And then Outlaw just has no burst, so it has no win condition. Besides just praying that people stack up for Blade Flurry. That's just any spec in the game. 2200 to like 2400 is elo hell. Where maybe 10% of games people will press their defensives, and you're gonna have a 50-50 win rate even if you're playing insane. Like my Windwalker got stuck there for like 100 games, and then as soon as I got past 2-4, I started having like an 80% win rate again. But it is like a dead spot of just every single game someone just decides not to press buttons for no reason and just falls over. But people wasting your stun DR is usually fine. Shouldn't have sapped. I AFK'd half of it because I didn't pre-adrenaline rush yet and all that. die into air here. Next chastise. We're at 0 mana as usual. You gotta work around on mana. Like, I'm actually behind on damage somehow. I don't know how. Good thing they're buffing Rets by like 20%. I guess it's just plate. I do no damage into plate. But yeah, HP mana is just dog shit compared to disc. Probably like one more and I'll mix it up. Not fun losing on mana though every game. Think Rat will be OP with the buffs? I don't know. World of Dampening Craft. Tried to meld the coil, but I didn't get it. Probably not worth this because he had Iron Bark. Trinkets anyway. Gonna wait till after Curse of not being able to crit for half the game wears off to press my Adrenaline Rush here. CC, I guess I have to just go then. I sap that? Oh, I had a sap. I guess I just have to go home then. And have kick for 2 for that. I don't really like this Vanish, but I wasn't able to crit for it, and it wasn't really timed with Adrenaline Rush or anything. Just trying to like keep us in the game. I have Cloak out of this. I guess Vanish is up by the time it matters. 50 away. Any of this guy. Hopefully he gets my coil so I can tap. Base combat for no reason because he had a Trent out. Getting some procs. Locke decided I shouldn't crit for the next 20 seconds. Good thing you can do that half of the game. Don't like vanishing here before the adrenaline rush, but I was gonna die if I didn't. Sucks this Locke has never even attempted to fake a kick this entire game. Oh, I jinxed it. He actually faked for no reason there. First fake. I'm so proud of him. They grew up so fast. Tap the guy's trinket. We actually can win. Bullet bomb. Beard's like still running into the bomb like multiple globals after the Locke poured it out. I'm gonna mix it up though. Hopefully Holy Priest will be less shit with the changes tomorrow, but it's not fun just losing on mana. Sepsis is just incredibly bugged. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes it just lets you Shadow Strike teleport multiple times without even consuming the buff. Sometimes you have the buff and it just doesn't let you use it. Not even considered Sept off? Yeah. It was like a DR blind for me to get the Sap, and then it just kind of sucks that you chastised, because I was like right there. It's unlucky. This guy's actually disc, nice. Did DS better than Shadowlands at BFA? Yeah. BFA was the worst of all time, even worse than TBC. Shadowlands just has no participation, it's dead. They failed putting solo queue in correctly, but at least there's no PvE. You don't have to do Korthia or Torghast or the Maw or any bullshit like that. There's way more catch-up mechanics for coming back and gearing a character. There's no PvE, and in general, mechanics matter more than just only communication and doing 3-2-1s. It's way less scripted. But it's just 2 PvE. Can you get gear from PvPing? Yeah, you can. There's the catalyst where you can just turn PvP gear into tier gear. Forgot to restream, now you're fine, dude. That's what I'm here for. Can you climb with full greens? Probably, yeah. A lot of boost for full set. That's well, it's also going to be lower item level unless you did mythic raid. Like you're probably losing like 20 item level. You just take your conquest gear and you put it in the machine. You could even do it with world PvP gear and it'll come out 3 item level worse. But yeah, there should be enough catalyst charge to just throw some conquest gear in there. If you only have like heroic gear, like you're missing a lot of item level actually. 489 is pretty high. I mean, that's still a pretty big deal. TBC came out, felt like sub was dog shit. It was still good. You just get whole chemo spam builds and all that. You never went like fully down any of the trees for the most part. I meld bugged my between the eyes. It'd be funny if that was actually Czar. Look here. Cancel my blade flurry so I can gouge without it breaking. Finally gets a clone. Got life swap. Evasion is maim. Take that late, I guess. It's awkward. I thought I had kick. It's off CD actually. I don't know why it didn't go off. I was pressing it. Weird. I lose my AR because of that. We're gonna go for a drink here, I think. My vanish bugged. Oh no, it didn't go off actually. I'll cloak here though, should be okay. I have vanish and a couple more finishers. Penance here. I was 1 second from having kick there. Feels bad. They actually faked something finally. I wanted to sap the healer there, but he triggered it late, the last second of line. Might get a random re. Poor Czar. Poor fake Czar. Shot him with my gun a few times. Was hunting cat form. Get hit by everything, nice. I broke my own sap. Line the UA there. Grapple to kick the UA. Cancel my Blade Flurry so I don't break that. Gouge the UA. Might sap healer. He dropped combat for a second, but... Continuing to shoot this guy with my gun. Well, to keep my adrenaline rush going. Managed to keep adrenaline rush going. I'm gonna re-AR even though I still have it up. Finally got a fake. I'll cloak all this. Zap that. Get a reset. Evasion just leg sweep. Kicked UA. Like it's up. Guy is still way ahead of me on damage, even though he's never faked a single kick. Dying to air. I had good RNG this game too with my procs. Human ratio reduced to 90 in arena. So the way it works is human is 3 minutes and medallion is 2 minutes. And they share 90 with each other. So if you're pressing human and medallion, alternating them on CD, you basically have 90-second trinket as a DPS. But if you're a healer, having 90-second trinket already and alternating that with 3-minute human every 90 seconds is the same thing. Like human healer is a waste. Look pretty good now. It's getting buffed tomorrow, but I think it's still gonna have mana issues and stuff. I don't know. And have to cast too much. Yeah, anything interesting? Basically a really similar set to the one that already exists. This was the old set. Now this is the new set. Just having the pieces, you know, you never know. Boomman still play? I don't think so. Ardred is by far the best healer. Arshim's pretty good too. I'm surprised that killed me. Just gonna take red sickness, I'm too lazy. Bloodcleave is not really that good at all. It's Rogue Boomy is like the best comp in the entire game. Then it's probably RLD, then it's probably RMD. And then Outlaw Ellie is up there too. But almost all of those comps are best as Outlaw. Like you could try to play like some sub-arcane disc or like some, you know. But for the most part, you're gonna want to play Outlaw Ellie, Outlaw Destro, maybe even Outlaw Demo tomorrow. We'll play sub. I mean, Blizzard wants everyone to damp. I don't know what to tell you. If you want to have fun, like try like some sub-arcane priest, I guess. But Blizzard hates fun. You gotta play the mana game like everyone else. What about it? That's Rogue Boomy. That's good. Incarn eventually just kills someone for no reason through defensives on like the second or third Incarn of the game. And it has really, really good micro CC, and you're all immortal. And you have an extra D curse for all of the Warlock Amplify curses. So you actually can crit. You don't go 20 seconds of, oh, I can't crit, because I did Amplify Curse of Weakness. Which Mage also can decurse. That's why RMD is kind of good into Rogue Boomy, because Rogue Mage can kill Boomy. But Outlaw gonna be better than Sub. It already is better. But yeah, the gap is gonna get exponentially better. Because the stamina. Outlaw's gonna have like 1.2 million health. It's gonna be so stupid. Why am I dying? Tried to gouge the fear, but couldn't get in front. Oh, why we paint up there. Do it for yourself. Got kicked on MD. Could have kept my adrenaline rush. Ooh, nice. I actually still did. Gonna say if I didn't like sit around on the bubble and I like patted on the priest, but I actually got to keep it anyway. I just died of air though here. Actually, that fear might win us the game. Hope he had bop again. The Rets are literally just prop paladins. It's crazy. Yeah, Outlaw I'm going like really heavy crit. Crit Versa. Guy leg sweeped into my Vaish. Lets me cloak his karma. Gets bop. Maybe we can get the 2-for-1 MD on both of them. Kick the rep. That's fair. Much of that was Blade Flurry. You can recraft them. Morganis. These were all verse mastery items for me. I just recrafted them all. Without using a new spark. You just take it back, you hit recrafting. You have to spam trade chat though and find someone. You can't do public orders for recrafts. But yeah, I recrafted everything on this rogue. To switch it to crit. Mastery is decent, but crit I think is better for outlaw. Yeah, I just went ahead and moved that to crit. This to crit. Bought like a world PvP crit cape. I only did crit up to 20% DR though, and then I started like putting in some more mastery. So I'm okay with keeping like belt or like bracers, I guess. Let me go heal her more. Hearts are just immortal. Quick look here. I think it's to sank that. Bank out of the way, even though the guy was completely fine. Pretty big opening for later. Trinket. Pretty gouge swap the other guy, but maybe this guy's trinket. there. I mean, just going both of the method is working a little better. Healer just dies here though. Wasn't like 4 million damage behind at least, since I'm not tunneling into plate trying to play around CC. Can't imagine Ret doing 20% more damage though. I mean, most of these numbers are pretty low though, actually. I can imagine it, actually. I just wish there was so much like less defensive utility in the game. Counter Zerg? I don't think so. It's annoying in Shuffle, or at least it used to be in like Season 1 and 2, but it's just boring to fight Ret. I wouldn't call it a counter though. Ret Hunter was a counter to like RMP, but that's also like how the Hunter interacts with it too. Why am I in combat? Yeah. Cancel my blade flurry. Cancel my blade flurry so I can gouge. Fix that. But my roll the bones have been really bad this game. I'm gonna DR blind to get a sap here. Probably wasn't worth it though. Break that instantly. Well, he gets me so I can vanish. Too bad this pally just doesn't avoid CC at all, it doesn't matter. It's not like 80% dampening yet. Dancing even though I don't have Adrenaline Rush, kinda shitty, but maybe sap that. He gets sacked, that's his first good thing he's done all yet. Evasion next finisher. Might be able to sap this because he just wasn't pressing buttons. Consecrates, those are good consecrate. Keeps him in combat from getting sapped. Some good blade flurry pattern, swap on the bop. I can't disarm the Warbreaker because of the bop. A little scary for me. Try to grapple away, good life swap from my healer. Might be dead because mana. Nice sphere. Might sap that. Face combat for no reason. Gouge after that intervene ends. My healer doesn't have anything, so. They're both on DRs. He bops aggro. Anything about the upcoming sub nerf? It's a nerf to every class in the game. It just makes the game slower and more boring. It's a nerf to anyone with skill. Just dumbs the game down even more than it already is. You can't make worse changes besides like making the global cooldown longer or something. Like the stamina is not needed. You're gonna be bursting for 200k when warlocks have like 1.5 million health and they're dark pacting for like 500 plus k. Every other stun of the entire game. Like, it's kind of really dumb. Like, I don't care about the armor changes. It's actually not that big of a deal. It's just the stamina is really bad for the game. Stamina is also just a massive buff for Outlaw and for Warlock. Because they already have really crazy HP, and it scales more with that. Like, Outlaw was already way better than Sub. One thing I'm curious about is if the game gets too slow, I wonder if Feint will actually be viable. But I said that like 2 slowdowns of the game ago. And people still could die this season, so. I thought this whole season was gonna be super damp. I was surprised. Because PTR for this season was very different than when it went live. Try to cloak fear. I'm dying right now. I've been cooldown reduction bone this entire game. I've done like 3 vanishes already in like 1 minute. It's kind of crazy. Oh, that was just so insane. I'd still be dead somehow though. Got Frost out of him. Fades our fear. They overlap fear and trap. Fiesta all around. Dying through evasion. Kick the priest. Not getting as many procs and cooldown reduction anymore as I was. Turtle. Priest actually fakes something. This guy pre-Ross's air, he's not even stunned. Getting into a blind, hopefully. Pop on use and everything. Try to evasion aggro for scatter or anything. Got life swap. Evasion and like one more finisher. Hunter almost lived there because I thought my between the eyes bugged out, but it was just I didn't dance when I thought I did. Good song, yeah. So ambush basically, and all we have in dance is outlaw. I mean sap too, right? Same case with sub. It's just shadow strike, and it's the way to spam between the eyes with crack shot. You guys playing Cold Blood? Canceled my Blade Flare, did not break that. Maybe sap. This guy's playing flag. I tried to meld to keep my AR there and I didn't. Drop that just to stall while we break it. Grapple away from his step, hopefully. Got him forever, it's fine. Flips aggro, grapple away from that. Get a re. Evasion just stepped disarm because I had my back to the wall. Find that, hopefully sap. Tried to AR again. Or meld to keep that. Looks like the only global I can die. So we're fine. Yeah, Ghostly Strike is off global and it just gives you a damage modifier. But yeah, it's off global, which is really nice. Oh, instead of killing spree? Yeah, you could do that. It's probably less energy starved. I thought you were going to say instead of count the odds. I wonder if going 2 points... Oh, count the odds is only 1 point anyway. Huh. I never really considered dropping this, but... I think Ghostly is really good, because it's an extra combo point off global. Whenever people go killing spree, usually they drop count the odds. I wonder if dropping Ghostly for some early would be good, randomly. August Sig, thanks, man. I don't know. I think Ghostly's pretty good though. Try macro it. I wouldn't. It'll make you really energy starved. I'm gonna try that though. No, this is my NA rook. So we'll have CDR on dance now. I do feel like I have way more energy this way. I think Crackshot is giving me stacks, right? And I'm not spending so much on Ghostly too. I probably lose a lot of damage not having Ghostly. I don't think it's probably worth it, but... Yeah, it seems like Crackshot is giving me stacks of it. Fan the Hammer? Yeah, Fan the Hammer is really good. Part of why the rotation can be smooth at all. Additional PvP tuning? What do you mean? Oh, Warlock pre-nerf for tomorrow, someone said on BattleNet. Minutes ago, class tuning. Let's see. I've never seen a Warlock get pre-nerfed before. Additional changes. Druid Bear Form armor. Whew. I like that. Elemental armor. These are so random. I don't know what Armored to the Teeth does. Let's see. Oh, just extra 5% strength equal to your armor. So Warriors gets extra strength to make up for the fact that they're losing armor. So they just break even probably. Demon armor. Okay. I mean, they didn't affect stamina though. For a Dark Pact. They should have nerfed Dark Pact too. It's still a gigantic buff for Warlock and Outlaw if they don't like address the stamina. Stamina is such a shit thing to tune. Because this talent just shouldn't exist. Like, why do I gain literally 140k HP for no reason? Cancel my Blade Flurry to not break anything. My sap. To air. Kinda like this though. The no ghostly strike. I feel like I gave up even more burst than I already didn't have, but it's kinda one of those things where it's like any modifier of 0 is still 0. I had no burst to begin with. It feels way less energy starved. Obviously it's like 2 games. I can't really tell the sample size, but maybe Spree would be a better alternative than what I picked, but cancel my Blade Flurry. Might be able to sap that. Try to bomb that heal, JK. I was gonna cloak offensively for that, just didn't get it off. right side of the bed by a tray. You. Last song? Alright, after this game. I don't remember. My attention span does not go that far back. I just want to micro CC one time, man. I'm gonna lose my adrenaline rush. Really, man. Guess I kept it barely. Guy's first fake in like 10 minutes of nothing happening. He's starting to fake now, he figured it out. Yeah, I saw it. It doesn't really address the issues that stamina is going to do to the game, but... Wounds, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? No. Well, I mean, maybe opportunity cost-wise. I think they'll still be tankier than every other Clothy with the other armor change. I don't know. Might get off soon, though. And then come back with 3s to play with the team in like an hour or two, because I might need to get some food and stuff. Yeah, you have to checkmark the blacklist or whatever. So if you go into BBP, I think it's in Fade NPC. You gotta enable and hide. Enable Fade. Like by default, I don't think those are checked on my profile. Crazy they're actually going my healer. Hopefully he doesn't die. Got rogue trinket. Turtle. Scary for me because I'm not an orc and I trinketed, so I'm probably dead next go. That fear is really good actually. That scatter might cost us. The gouge. No, we break the gouge. I killed him right here out of the kidney if we didn't break that. I just tanked the go, it's fine. Shooting with my gun. Range class. No, it is in flames, yeah. Most damage spec in WoW right now? Probably like DH or DK. When do you use Echoing Reprimand? I haven't really been playing the Kyrian build that much anymore again already. It's just too clunky still, even without playing around Perforated. And you just lose... Like, once I stopped playing around Perforated, it wasn't that clunky. Especially once I dropped Finality for Gormaw to have energy to do duel, but... I just got annoyed that I lost so much Rupture damage. Press the meld kidney when he's still on Slumdare. Would have had a sap here if that was a decent incap. Actually, I just sapped him because he's hinting. That was a bad evasion from me. He didn't have bash. This time's his clone. This clone. Grapple over to kick that one. JK. Here we go, sap it though. Should cheap shot him with that subterfuge instead of waiting to kidney. Oh, maybe the kidney was better. Wait, he doesn't just die. Going to air. DHs are nice and balanced. Shoot death procs. I got Zap, gifting 10, waking me up. Thank you so much, man. I think we're dead here. %60 dampening. Too bad Priest doesn't have infinite healing like Druid. Even though this guy fucks up every mechanic. That's unfortunate. You feel exhausted watching that? Yeah. Oh. Twos gets really boring when every single game is really deep dampening of healer DPS. It sucks like double DPS isn't like the only way to play twos. Really boring like just chasing some tank around for like 10 minutes. And they like mistime their clones and like let me cloak shit and you know. Sub looks way more fun. I think they're both about the same. Outlaw and Sub play very, very similarly. It's just Outlaw is less depressing at high rating. How far are you TBC patterns? I finished it. Yeah, I saw the changes. Making bank these days? I mean, I made 23K last year going 6 days a week. I don't know if I'd call that making bank. If I did the math, I'm making about $12 an hour for how many hours I did for the year. For last year. Which is still good money. But it's obviously not guaranteed. Like yesterday, I made like over 500 bucks. And then there's other days where I will stream for 10 hours and make like 20 bucks. You know, it's completely RNG. But yeah, we did already hit the 700, so I gotta plan what the next sub goal is gonna be, and I think we're gonna do a 24-hour stream, probably on Friday. I'll tweet when I know what day it's gonna be, but I'm trying to think of a day that's like accessible. I mean, I could maybe do it tomorrow, because that's kind of the hype of, you know, testing out the changes. But yeah. I'm 50-50. I'll know like tomorrow based on how alive I'm feeling. If I want to do it tomorrow, if I want to do it Friday. But doing it tomorrow is kind of short notice. But I think it makes sense to do it on the day of new changes. Because that's when the game's going to be like the least dead. Are you making a living doing this? I'm trying to, yeah. I've been streaming full time for years. Yeah, Outlaw I do have to play with a healer, but I don't really want to play double DPS right now. I already did some Rogue Mage 2s earlier. Since when has Warrior been bad? Cataclysm, and that's about it. And then Rogue's only been bad really at the start of MUP. And maybe the start of this expansion. And Warlock was only bad for like 2 months of... I forget if it was BFA or if it was Shadowlands, but they were all losing their minds. I think it was BFA. But for the most part, they're always solid. Don't see many mages in Shuffle. That's because Shuffle is just an uncoordinated fiesta of 4 melee, mythic plusing each other. Thanks, Tights. I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna try Killing Spree. Get stunned through cloak. Cancel our Blade Flurry. Trinkets. Managed to keep my Adrenaline Rush alive. All those totems. Big gouge for him to get a fear. Might go sap that. Stop this. Grapple over to kick Shaman. For gouge. Into a blind. Into a sap. Triggets. Range the hex. Should break. Might be in a little bit of trouble here though. Look at that. What evasion any death strikes he goes for. Just got a peel in a sec. I don't have gouge for 8 actually. Yeah, I don't have enough energy and time to kill the healing type. I think we're just dead. Yeah. No, Mars a little high for the viewer twos, but it is what it is. Yeah, we've signed up. I'm playing with it's annoying because a lot of people ask me like the day after I signed up. When I've been asking everyone for like a month, everyone's like, "Nah, I got no plans, no interest in competing." And then as soon as I sign up, people are like, you know, coming out of the woodwork and shit. And it's like, I'm happy with what I chose anyway. So we're gonna be playing with Renar, Dopamine, and with Nozom. We haven't been doing well as RMD on ladder at all, but our Rogue Lock has been farming. We even take some games off CD and them and stuff. Disarm? Yeah, that's a good call. But yeah, RMD's okay into Rogue Boomy, and then like Rogue Lock probably into a lot of things, and then we also have Shadow Play once Demo Locks take over. Maybe even RPP if Rogue Shadow Priest becomes a thing again with Outlaw, who knows. Nah, Dopamine and Palomar haven't competed together in a while. And he got his whole satellite internet thing sorted out, where his internet's not that bad anymore. So. Hopefully he gets me. Maybe I can get rid of this. No. Meld for between the eyes bug, so it's on CD. Feels bad, man. I should have did the vanish before the dance and meld. I could have benefited from all the cooldown reduction. Kick the ultimate penance. Drop this for fear. Breaks to my Blade Flurry. Adrenaline rush back already. That. Storm Warbreaker. Trinket's aggro. We can need a guy in 1, but we might be dead to ulti. No, we survive. Trying to gouge off this. Berserkers, nice. Grapple away, I can't really get the MC. At least I can gouge the guy no Zerker Rage later. Just to recover. I can set up out of it. Hopefully we fear this. Might sap that. Got the sap. A little scared for me here because I'm kind of lining my healer. Might just die to air. And by air, I mean lining my healer. Healer trinkets that, I think. Climb that. Cancel my Blade Flurry. Gouge off that. Have Adrenaline Rush very soon. Tried to meld Stormbolt there. Get Fear Deer probably. Looks I can't gouge here because we dotted him. At the end of the Blade Storm. Hopefully this breaks in time for me to dance. Nice, I get to keep my adrenaline rush. Wrote a song for the Warbreaker. Actually, I do have it. A little scary for my priest here, though. They are for this next big push. Pretty behind on mana though, somehow. Take this fade. Focus Blade Rush to kick that. Grapple over to gouge the guy. Killing spree off this. Actually, I'll meld spams between the eyes first. PTR changes? Yeah. I saw it. Doesn't really change that much still. Warlock is still getting massively buffed from this patch because of stamina. Even if Demon Armor gives them a little less stamina. But it's also a really still big buff to Outlaw because they still haven't nerfed Outlaw on it. And Outlaw is gaining so much extra stamina because of the dumb changes. I should have Blade Flurried for these. I'm just actually going to die to air too. It's kind of annoying. We're like winning a whole game too. They're coming back now. I'm gonna do like one more, and then I'm gonna take a break and come back with threes in like an hour or two, hopefully. Any luck? Yeah, we have a team. We're playing with Renar, Dopamine, and Nozam. Some RMD, RLD, RPP, Shadowplay. We got a couple comps. I got my Windwalker actually doing pretty well. Granted, Rogue just kind of fits the spot of Windwalker. way better, so it's kind of a wasted ult. But maybe I'll play DH or something, I don't know. We'll figure something out by Cup 2 if I need something. What's your favorite expansion? Probably Mists of Pandaria. Play is a strong word. Do I cap every month or two? Yeah. I'm still not even close to full gear. Just like some 2400 Rogue Shadow Priest 2s with like no PV gear and some Furious gear. I heard Ruby Sanctum's out. I haven't done ACC in 2 months and I have no ACC gear still. I have like 70k gold to like buy the Ruby Sanctum trinket, but I don't know. I hate doing PV too much. No, I think Shadowlands was one of the worst expansions. I hated Korthia, I hated Torghast, I hated them all. There's too much PV, and then individual mechanics didn't really matter at all. All that mattered is that you could count to 3 because it was so scripted and communication was everything. I think mechanics are a big part of the game of like knowing how to do your rotation, not getting faked on your kick. I don't really care about the story or anything like that. Shadowlands was trash. It was still better than BFA. BFA is the worst expansion of all time. Even worse than TBC. And I would say Dragonflight is way better than Shadowlands and BFA. I saw them already, yeah. Too bad they didn't nerf stamina. The stamina changes are so bad. Especially for like Outlaw. Outlaw's gonna be so OP with the stamina. I might even gem stamina and just have like 1.3 million health for no reason. Oops, did not mean to cloak. It's fine. I mean, Nesper used to already gem stamina on Outlaw a few different seasons. Like, it's dumb that Outlaw just gets extra HP for no reason, like Warlock does. Kick the guy into some stuns. Grapple over to kick Shaman in a sec. JK, I get microed. Cancel my Blade Flurry so I can maybe sap that. I can zone rush. Like the last global for the meld. I think we're gonna die soon, but at least this game we didn't go that quick. I had a little more pressure this time around. Maybe stop that fear. I get some procs when I really need it. Thank you, game. Cancel that Blade Flurry. Kill all the bullshit totems everywhere. IBF's aggro, because he can do whatever he wants. Getting some procs. Maybe I should have blinded Shaman and swapped DK here. Instead of DR blinding the DK. I mean, I kept up with him on damage, kinda, somehow, even though he's a god class. Detail says I did 19 million, but Scoreboard says I didn't keep up, actually. Never mind. Good. I'm gonna take a break, though. Get some food. And then, probably do some threes in a little bit. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Zap, for the 10 gifted. I was saying I was gonna take a break soon, but definitely coming back tonight. No more debate, you know. Wish I could find threes, take a breaks, because now I actually have a team, and we've been getting some practice in. So, probably do some RLD later tonight or something like that. But I need a little break before I do threes, because I've done so much twos today already. Yeah, I will catch you guys tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. And later on with threes, probably. If not tomorrow.